If members wish to remove their jackets, they may do. Please be seated. And may I remind members and members of the public that the meeting will be streamed live on a webcast from the Council's website. Item 1, apologies. I've received apologies for absence from Councillors Alexander, Williams, Hewitt, Hudson, Mann and A. Hussain. Item 2, the minutes. Is Council agreed that the Council minutes from the meeting held on the 11th of September 2019 are agreed as a correct record of the meeting? Thank you. Declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest from members in respect of matters to be determined by the Council at this meeting? Councillors S. Bashforth, Chohan, Hamblett have a personal interest in item 8D due to their council appointment to Maya Care Board. Councillor H. Gloucester, C. Gloucester and E. Gary have a pecuniary interest in item 8D by virtue of employment with Greater Manchester Police. Can members declare any matters to the meeting? Councillor Hume. Sir Roberts, sorry, Councillor Roberts.
Could be formerly Hume.
Yes.
I've got an interest in, I'm hunting for it, one of the Cabinet meetings by virtue of my membership of Positive Steps Board.
Thank you. Any other interest to declare?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yes, Councillor Harkness, the same one. Thank you. There will be a form circulated around the chamber to declare any other matters of interest. Urgent business. There are no items of urgent business. Item 5, communications. I've been asked to advise Council that the Chief Executive, in consultation with group leaders, has agreed to change the date of the December Council meeting due to the general election taking place the following day. It's been agreed that the next Council meeting after this will take place on the 8th of January 2020. Item 6, petitions. There have been none to note. I now call upon the Leader of the Council, Sean Fielding, to make the annual statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can I offer the thanks of this Council for stepping in to chair this meeting today, and I've just noted that I referred to you as Madam Mayor incorrectly. You are, of course, Madam Deputy Mayor. May we send our best?
You owe £5 into the pot. Everybody who makes that mistake tonight, it will go to Real Change Charity. Was that a tenner, Councillor? Sorry, yeah. So just be warned. Yeah, you're the first tenner in the pot.
I think it's going to be an expensive evening. But can I, on behalf of the Council, send our best wishes to Councillor Alexander and wish her a speedy recovery, and hopefully she'll be back in that chair for the next meeting. We meet tonight in what for most, if not all, of the people in this chamber will be the most turbulent political times in their lifetime. We sit as a council which has been among the hardest hit by Tory austerity, £208 million cut from our budget since 2010. We take decisions here every day over which the spectre of Brexit looms large, though for which we are unable to plan, not knowing who will be delivering it, what form it will take, or indeed whether it will happen at all. And we meet tonight at the beginning of a general election campaign for the first general election since 1923 to take place in December, the results of which are impossible to predict accurately. It's this backdrop which makes strong local leadership essential. The people of Oldham and Saddleworth need our council to continue stepping up, not ducking the big decisions or holding the borough back. The people of Oldham and Saddleworth need a council which fights for them locally and nationally. I stood here last year, barely 6 months into the job, setting out our plans to deliver on the areas that matter most to people. The first was getting the basics right, investing in the services that will create a cleaner and safer Oldham. The second was giving every child a great start and every adult the opportunity to get on. I was also clear in our ambitions to create places that thrive, supporting our town centres to be places to shop, have fun, work, and most importantly, if we are to deliver the homes that we are required to deliver, live. Finally, I said that we wanted to harness the opportunities that devolution to Greater Manchester offered us and make sure that Oldham's voice was being heard both on the city region and national stages, putting Oldham on the front foot despite everything that is going on around us. Since then, I'm proud to say that we have made huge progress. For a cleaner Oldham, we've invested £600,000 in additional street cleaning capacity. We've expanded our street scene teams, recruiting local people and moving to a 7-day service. Of course, we've also recruited Bruce Sprinclean and Dustin Timberlake to help us too. We've invested in new refuse vehicles, reducing the number of breakdowns and ensuring that more bins are emptied on time. And we've supported communities to hold clean-ups like My Coldhurst, Clean Glodick and the Big Fails with Clean Up in my own ward. And all of this has led to us being awarded 4 out of 5 by Keep Britain Tidy, and much to the dismay of our friends and colleagues in Manchester, prompted a story in the Manchester Evening News about how Oldham was now noticeably tidier than neighbouring Manchester as a result of our investment. Finally, it also helped us to win Best City at the North West in Bloom competition for the 10th year in a row. And thank you to staff, residents and community groups for doing your bit to make this happen. We recognise the value of entering North West in Bloom and know how much our residents like it, and so that's why, despite it being a budget reduction proposal last year, we have found the money to enter it once again next year. For a safer Oldham, I spoke of the need for greater investment in our highways. Having committed £12 million and changed the process to accommodate genuine local democratic control over the Highways Improvement Programme, we are seeing the results. The proportion of primary roads requiring maintenance is dropping, and we've been able to move on to secondary routes which had been overlooked for a number of years. It's true that we've suffered from cuts to the police. With 2,000 fewer officers on the streets of Greater Manchester as a result of Tory government policy, we effectively have one hand tied behind our back while we try to do this. But the community and council have stepped up nonetheless. We've run awareness campaigns on hate crime and child exploitation, and community groups like Street Angels have supported our nighttime economy, helping rough sleepers, and as a result have reduced pressure on our stretched NHS and police, in some cases avoiding thousands of pounds of public expenditure in public services. And recently, in partnership with Tameside Council, we introduced a public space protection order to prevent fires on our moors and open spaces. And to make housing safer, and to reduce the potential for exploitation of the growing number of private renters by landlords, we will soon be consulting on the next phase of our landlord licensing scheme. Creating a clean and safe borough is everybody's responsibility. Labour are holding the council to account to ensure we have the cleanest and safest streets around. Residents are doing their bit, and if you're a bad landlord or a fly tipper, you can be sure that we're coming for you. Moving on to education and skills. This administration set out a clear intention to expand the number of places at good and outstanding schools so that every child has access to a great education. In the last few months, the latest fruits of that commitment have included the opening of Greenfield Primary School, progress on a new block for Crompton House School, expansion of the outstanding North Chadderton School, a new block at Oldham Academy North, and the expansion of St Herbert's Primary in Chadderton. The long-awaited Saddleworth School has taken further steps forward. Now we know that the planning approval will not be called in for judicial review and is anticipated to open in the 2021-22 academic year. We're also working with the Cranmer Trust to open a new secondary school in Oldham Town Centre, and the construction of Oasis Academy Leesbrook is underway, with that school scheduled to open in September 2020. These developments alone represent over 4,000 additional places for Oldham students at state-of-the-art schools located around the borough. But it's not just about buildings. School results are improving at an exciting rate too. From the last academic year, we saw 68% of children reaching the expected level of development in early years, up 4 points on the previous year. 79% of students reaching the expected level on phonics, up 2 points on last year, compared to a national figure which has fallen. 71% hitting standards at Key Stage 1, up 1.5 points, again, while national levels have fallen. And a 99% pass rate at A level, above the national figure. We still have plenty of work to do on education, but there are clear signs that things are moving in the right direction despite the stresses put on school staff and pupils by government cuts to school budgets. But education is only half of the battle. We have to ensure that once those young people grow up, there are well-paid jobs for them and that they have the skills to access them. To make that a reality, we're about to become an accredited living wage employer, ensuring the council jobs that predominantly go to local people are paying people a fair wage for a fair day's work. We're one of the founding signatories of the Greater Manchester Good Employment Charter and encouraging other large employers in the borough to take the same step, helping create more and better roles for residents. And I'm proud that wholly owned council care company MyoCare is the first care company in Greater Manchester to become a signatory too. We've put a focus on spending more of the council's money with local businesses. That means millions of pounds more staying in Oldham every single month, retaining wealth and creating jobs. And we've just held a Get Oldham Working Jobs Fair, which saw over 1,200 people attend, along with 66 employers, and with nearly 2,500 job opportunities on offer. That builds on the over 6,500 work-related opportunities created by the Get Oldham Working service since its inception. Our sixth form college continues to go from strength to strength, and Oldham College has also recently achieved a good rating from Ofsted. This is on top of announcing plans for a new £9 million construction skills centre, part funded by the Greater Manchester Combined Authority. This will provide the vocational training opportunities that we know residents want and which we know can provide routes to just as many quality, well-paid jobs as any traditional academic route. Oldham Labour will continue investing in education facilities, drive up standards and use our scale and position as a large employer and investor in the borough to set an example that we hope others will follow. Now, I think it's fair to say that whatever our politics, we all come here and stand for election because we want to make Oldham a better place. And that's really happening in Oldham Town Centre, where we've made enormous progress since I was stood here 12 months ago. We produced a new vision for the town based on bringing homes, jobs and culture into the town centre and making it clean, green, healthy and friendly. Individual projects within that vision are progressing well, such as the new Heritage and Arts Centre, which is on track to open late next year, and the new supermarket and hotel development at Mumps, which will kickstart the redevelopment of that entire area, including new homes, leisure facilities and office accommodation. Plans for the Coliseum, Tommyfield Market and Egyptian rooms are moving forward, and I expect to be able to make some exciting announcements on these very soon. And our nighttime economy is beginning to pick up, in part thanks to the support of Sasha Lord, the Mayor's Nighttime Economy Advisor, and my Nighttime Economy Task Force, a group of officers, businesses and local stakeholders working together to improve the nighttime offer in Oldham. And that political commitment is being reflected in enthusiasm from the private sector. New independent businesses like the Cobb and Coal in the Market and Eatery in Manchester Chambers are taking a punt on Oldham, and some old friends are coming back too. This Friday the George Tavern is relaunching, and Tokyo Project will also be back at the end of this month. But it's not just about Oldham Town Centre. Places like Royton and Upper Mill are going from strength to strength, becoming real destinations in their own right for people from right across Greater Manchester. An investment as part of the Mayor's Challenge Fund in Royton will build on this. Our business improvement grants have seen businesses in Shaw, Lees and Failsworth co-investing with the council to improve shop fronts and get that important leg up as they get started. The newly created Local Improvement Fund is also set to be a huge success. Despite resistance from opposition parties to the creation of this £500,000 fund, we've seen at least 3 bids come in from each district for projects as varied as new play areas, gyms, public toilets, community hubs, public realm improvements and skate parks. While demand for funding has outstripped supply by nearly 2 to 1, so there are some difficult choices to be made, this fund is going to make a huge difference for communities and places right across Oldham in a way that the budgets controlled by the district executives simply never could. And Northern Roots, our ambitious new eco-centre next to Alexandra Park, promises to be the kind of project that puts Oldham on the map. A genuinely revolutionary new site that marries nature, education, leisure and business. We're continuing to work hard to provide the environment, districts, homes, leisure and work opportunities that will make the next generation of successful residents in our borough choose to stay or return here. The last priority was to ensure that we are punching above our weight at Greater Manchester, and I am pleased to report that we are indeed doing that. Over the last 12 months, Oldham has really established itself as a key player at GM. I've already mentioned a number of ways in which we're getting the best for Oldham from devolution. The £9 million investment in Oldham College, our work on the nighttime economy with help from Sacha Lord, the Mayor's Challenge Fund, which will bring investment into Royton. But we're also seeing other benefits like Our Pass, that's giving 16 to 18-year-olds across Oldham free bus travel and access to opportunities that they might otherwise not be able to get to. And Oldham's profile is growing, with recent visits by delegations from Fife in Scotland, Bangladesh, and even China, all interested in the work we are doing and the opportunities here. There's still work to do at GM and nationally. On crucial things like the Greater Manchester Spatial Framework, we must ensure that this works for Oldham. That means calling out the government for its use of outdated figures to artificially inflate our housing requirement and working meaningfully with residents to plan our neighbourhoods for now and for the future. We must ensure that the forthcoming Clean Air Plan does not penalise small business owners or our taxi drivers, and press hard for the government to provide the resources that will help people transition to cleaner vehicles. I might say that this will be much easier if there is a Labour government in December, because we all know how the Tories don't like to invest, particularly not in the north. And given that the current Environment Minister has indicated that they won't be making a decision until after the election, I am not hopeful that that will be a positive one for us should they return to that role come the 13th of December. We must also develop the softer relationships at Greater Manchester where we have common interests, particularly with Tameside, Rochdale and Bury, to resist any move by GM to default back to prioritising investment in the south of the city region over us here in the north. We've been successful in changing attitudes to the combined authority, at the combined authority, but we have to keep the pressure up if we're going to realise all of the benefits of devolution to Greater Manchester for Oldham. The next few months are going to be challenging. We're struggling under the weight of budget cuts, with 60% of our annual budget removed by the Tories. Austerity doesn't feel over, despite what the government has said, and despite the pre-election bribes from Boris, where he seems to have suddenly discovered the magic money tree. Oldham has been one of the hardest hit places in the country, and anything other than a Labour government in December will lead to a fresh round of uncertainty. But we can't let this uncertainty and the challenging environment we face stand in our way. The things I've mentioned today are just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the exciting developments and opportunities we have in Oldham, and there's loads more to come. In the next few months, we'll be bringing forward our Oldham Green New Deal, which sees Oldham leading the way nationally in response to the climate emergency and commits the Council to being carbon neutral by 2025. We'll have a community cohesion strategy, so the Council and our partners are all pulling in the same way to bring people together and build stronger communities. Our investments in education and roads, as well as the additional funding for children's services and youth activities, will continue to bear fruit. And engagement with residents will continue to grow. The community forums we have introduced as a replacement for the largely ignored district executive meetings have created a genuine platform for consultation, with hundreds of residents attending the meetings that have happened so far. And we'll be working hard as Labour councillors to make sure as many residents as possible have their say on improving the bus system in Greater Manchester, and more on that later. The challenges we face are significant, but as a council and community we have the capacity to ride them out together. We can't yet rely on government, and who knows what the 13th of December will bring. We can guarantee that we've not seen the back of turbulent times, but this Labour Council is showing the difference that Labour can make in power. We're fighting for Oldham, we're investing where others want to cut, we're innovating where others want to rely on the old ways, and we're showing the way forward while others stand still on the sidelines. I'm proud of everything that we've achieved in the last 12 months, and with the vision we've set out and the support of our staff, partners and residents, we can achieve so much more in the next 12. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, I hadn't pressed it hard enough. And this part of the agenda is question time, where Council will consider all questions submitted in the order that they were received, starting with public questions. There's a 15-minute time limit for public questions. If the time limit has expired and a member of the public has submitted a question which has been ruled in for consideration, the question and response will be published on the Council website. So the first question has been received by Ben Hibbs via email. How much do you consider cyclists when resurfacing roads in the Oldham area? Some roads have flat, smooth surfaces, Oldham Road out of Shaw, Grange Road out of Delph, while others have loose gravel, Oldham Road past Albion Farm Cafe, Milnrow Road out of Shaw, Oldham Road out of Upper Mill, all key local cycling routes. The loose gravel is dangerous and uninviting to road cyclists. It seems to be prioritising cars and trucks. We need to be much bolder and embrace active travel. Oldham has a huge opportunity to be a cycling and active travel haven, attracting new businesses, boosting the local economy and making the area an even more desirable place to live. Its people healthier, its air cleaner and the area more environmentally friendly. I call on Councillor Ali to respond.
I thank Mr. Hibbs for his question. I agree there is an opportunity in Oldham and elsewhere to encourage more people to take up cycling. As regards surfacing within Oldham, all road users are considered when selecting and specifying the use of the different and most optimum materials for different situations and locations. All materials and treatments comply with the national codes of practice and standards are recommended by both the Department for Transport and the Road Surface Treatment Association. We only use specialist contractors, and if workmanship is an issue, we will resolve that with the contractors at their own expense. The Council is currently in the process of trying to secure additional central funding to implement and promote active modes of travel in and around the borough, which, if successful, will add to and complement schemes seeking to regenerate the area to bring in investment to boost the local economy. If successful, dedicated schemes that deliver routes for walking and cycling will enhance connectivity, offering an alternative to the car mode of travel, which will improve health, which will improve people's well-being and air quality. Thank you.
The next question has been submitted by Jackie Stanton, and I call upon Mrs Stanton to ask her question at the dais.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The reputation of Oldham Metropolitan Borough Council appears to be at an all-time low, with some residents describing this current council as the worst in the history of the borough. Some of the dissatisfaction can be traced back to the planning function of the council and the appalling planning committee meeting held in July earlier this year. It continues with the extremely serious allegations of child sexual exploitation. There are allegations appearing daily on social media relating to alleged mismanagement and poor decision-making by senior officers of this council. There are also suggestions that the councillor's code of conduct has been breached by the leader and his deputies. This compounded by the leader refusing to verbally answer a valid question submitted to a recent cabinet meeting by a Moorside resident. Would the leader agree that all these allegations are extremely serious and damaging to the borough? Will he tell us how he and the Chief Executive intend to deal with them? And will he tell us if he's capable of restoring confidence in this council? Does he further agree that Oldham and its residents deserve better? And isn't it time to put Oldham first and politics second?
I call upon Councillor Fielding to respond.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and may I thank former Liberal Democrat Deputy Leader of Oldham Council, Mrs Jackie Stanton, for her question. I do need to address the issue around the allegation that I refused to answer a valid question submitted to a recent Cabinet meeting. I did not. The question was ruled out of order by the monitoring officer for reasons which were communicated to the resident who asked it. But to move on to the points that you've raised. Over the last few months, there have been daily postings on social media about planning and historic safeguarding incidents. These allegations have been combined with a series of personal online attacks on councillors, residents, MPs and council officers, and often come from people with a clear political agenda, such as the former Liberal Democrat Deputy Leader of Oldham Council stood before us. We will always take action where appropriate, including the recently announced review into historic safeguarding led by Dr. Mark Peel. Too often, however, the allegations and claims made online are barefaced lies, designed purely to... I'll say that again, are barefaced lies, designed purely to...
Can I just remind the public that we did listen to the question, and I would now ask you to listen to the reply without interruption. Thank you.
I just find the most appropriate pace to pick up this answer. Too often, however, the allegations and claims made online are barefaced lies, designed purely to stoke fears and score political points. Mrs Stanton is absolutely correct to say that this is damaging to the borough. Day in and day out in Oldham, police officers, social workers, health workers, teachers, community groups, doctors, nurses and youth workers work hard to protect children and vulnerable adults. Day in, day out, our people are cleaning the streets, caring for our older residents or planting trees. Our people see the lies, the racism and the negativity. They see the posters online that are the usual suspects who never miss an opportunity to talk Oldham down. Like most places, Oldham has its fair share of challenges. The statement I've just made to Council highlights some of the many ways we're stepping up to address those challenges with a positive, energetic approach that stands in stark contrast to a lot of the online debate where nothing is ever good enough, everybody is corrupt, and we're scared of our neighbours. That's not the Oldham I know. The Oldham I grew up in and the Oldham in which I live today is one where people support each other, where they get out doing community clean-ups, play in the Saddleworth Brass Band contest, raise money for charity and have a chat with the stall holders on Tommyfield Market. I will always encourage anybody who has concerns about anything happening in our borough to raise them through the appropriate channels. But I'd also encourage people to think twice about the things they read online and the motivations of the many people doing the posting. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
The next question has been submitted by Syed Maroof Ali via Facebook. Oldham Council has designated 8 areas for selective licensing of private landlords on the grounds of low housing demand. The areas are Alexandra, Coldhurst, Hathershaw, Hollingwood, Oldham Edge, Primrose Bank, St Mary's and Waterhead. We need a solution which will root out road landlords and not one where good landlords face a complex array of licensing schemes and escalating costs. Many landlords are already on a tight budget. Use existing powers to deal with bad landlords. This sort of approach tars all with the same brush. What does the decent landlord get for his £490? Do you have the Oldham Council officers' report why licensing of private landlords have been extended to Primrose Bank and Wearmouth? I call on Councillor Roberts to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank Mr Ali for his question. So the Council, of course, uses its powers to deal with poor standards within the private rented sector. However, the only current provisions to be able to deal with poor management is through the use of selective licensing. And this has enabled a large number of issues to be dealt with through a multi-agency approach. To date, there have been 1,169 condition audits of homes completed and 83 warrants executed. This has resulted in 20 emergency prohibition orders being served, 922 properties being identified with licence condition breaches, and a total of 3,126 defects were identified. And this is just through one licensing scheme. A review has been carried out recently regards the current selective licensing scheme. The review and future options will be discussed at Cabinet and then made available, and this will be followed by public consultation on a new scheme. The decent landlord gets reassurance they're providing a safe home in good repair, meeting their legal obligations to their tenants, and all for under £2 a week. Rogue landlords have to put defects right and bring homes up to standard, and it often costs them far more if they try to evade registering and are taken to court as a result.
The next question has been submitted by Joshua Charters via email, and I call on Joshua to come and ask his question.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. In October, Oldham Council's Cabinet received a report updating on the progress of the new Saddleworth School. The children of Saddleworth have waited long enough for a building which is fit for purpose. Can the Council confirm when it is expected that the new building will open for local students?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And thank you, Josh, for your questions. Good to see a young person come and ask a question. We are working hard supporting the government department, which is the Department for Education, who is responsible for delivering and developing the school. We are all focused on ensuring we deliver a new school for Oldham's children that is state-of-the-art and something we can all be proud of. Work has started to ensure all the necessary legal and procurement processes are in place, and we anticipate the school will be ready for handover during the academic year 2021-22. Thank you, Josh.
The next question has been submitted by Mark Rooney via email. This time last year, the leader said that Oldham Council would apply for living wage accreditation. We've heard very little detail on this since. Can the Council confirm where this is up to? Everybody deserves to be paid a wage on which they can live, and Oldham Council should set an example. I call upon Councillor Jabbar to respond.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Thanks to Mark for the question. We are firmly committed to become accredited a living wage employer, so that welcome the opportunity to give an update on our progress. Oldham Council has paid foundation living wage since April 2015, which benefited around 500 employees within the council. Before this date, we were also paying far higher than national minimum hourly rate for council workers as a commitment to pay the Oldham living wage since April 2012. Since then, we have encouraged other business and organisations within the borough to sign up to our fair employment charter as part of building a fair and prosperous local economy linked to our cooperative values. Part of the charter is to pay a living wage, which the council has championed by paying the foundation living wage, encouraging other organisations and businesses across Oldham to do the same. Paying the foundation living wage has huge benefits both for the staff and their employers, helping them to motivate staff and increasing staff retention, as well as rewarding employees fairly for their work. We have also been working with schools to ensure that all maintained schools in Oldham pay the foundation living wage, increasing staff wages across our education sector. We also have supported our partners organisation, Unity Partnership and MyoCare, ensuring they also pay the foundation living wage to all their staff while continuing to work with all other suppliers, encouraging to pay the foundation living wage, helping even more people in Oldham to earn a fair day's pay. Over the last 12 months, the Council has been working with the Living Foundation to ensure that our application for formal foundation living wage accreditation is compliant with their requirement, including demonstrating how we will work with all our suppliers to encourage them to pay the foundation living wage. I am pleased to announce today that the Council has been able to send through our application evidencing our progress for their consideration. We hope to announce the outcome of our application very soon. Thank you, Deputy Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jabbar. Because we're nearly at the end of the 15 minutes of public question time, this will be the last public question. And it's submitted by Huma Bibi via email. The Greater Manchester Spatial Framework could have huge implications for Oldham if it happens. Why is the Council still using 2014 population projections for housing numbers when 2016 projections are lower? If the Council used the 2016 figures, could it not release less of our precious green belt for development? I call on Councillor Roberts to respond.
Thank you, and thank you, Huma Bibi. National Planning Policy Guidance, NPPG, sets out a standard methodology for identifying local housing need. The methodology stipulates that the baseline should be set using the 2014 based housing projections for England and only the 2014 figures. NPPG states that any method which relies on using the 2016 based household projections will not be considered to be using the standard method, as they are not considered to provide an appropriate basis. And coincidentally, perhaps, or perhaps not, would not deliver the Tories' housing target. The GMCA has lobbied hard to get this policy changed, and it becomes ever more ridiculous as the 2018 figures show a further slowdown in population growth overall. The borough breakdown will not be published until next year, and any sensible government would use the most up-to-date figures. However, Tory planning policy is all about penalising local authorities, helping their developer friends and reducing our decision-making powers rather than enabling us to make sensible decisions which meet the needs of our residents. And yes, using the up-to-date figures rather than those meeting arbitrary government targets would help reduce development on the Greenbelt.
Thank you, Councillor Hume. And just a reminder that anybody whose question has been timed out, the question and the response will be on the Council website. I'm sorry, we've run out of we've run out of time on that section. I'm very sorry.
I'd like to hear this lady's question. I'd like to hear this lady's question.
Yeah, we have a set agenda to get through, and each item is timed, as you know, and it's time. Your answer will be on the council website. If people continue to impede the progress of the meeting, I'm afraid I'll have no alternative to ask them to leave.
Did you invite your religious person to speak? Because we have hypocrites and parasites. Hypocrites and parasites. Councillor Symes, 4 times I have asked through 3 your PA for you to contact me. He is my elected.
I'm giving you the opportunity to sit down.
My question won't take 5 minutes.
Councillor Symes to contact me. He's refused. The man sat next to him is Councillor Gloucester. He sat on a panel. He sat on a panel against a member of the public making a complaint. He sat against his name without declaring a conflict of interest. To the leader of the council,
I'm giving the member of the public an opportunity to sit down and stop interrupting the smooth running of the council, or I will adjourn at this point and he will be removed. Are you going to sit down, sir? Thank you.
My question is, can the council please tell the residents of Oldham why an independent investigation into the historic ruining has not been sorted out and it's now a review?
This meeting is now being reconvened. I asked the two individuals who were disrupting the meeting for them to be removed from the chamber. It's disappointing that they've refused to do so. The police were called and have attended, and it's disappointing that our already overstretched police force have had to come in for an incident such as this. If they continue to disturb the meeting, I will ask for them to be removed. Okay, thank you. So we'll resume the agenda where we left off, which is item 8B, Leader and Cabinet question times. The next part of this section is questions to Leader and Cabinet with a time limit of 30 minutes, and I've had advance notice of questions. The Leader of the main opposition will ask his questions. Councillor Sykes, please. Would you please sit down? We're resuming the agenda. That is my decision. I'm the chair of this meeting tonight, and it's my decision that we will carry on with the agenda where we left off. Please, you're very welcome to submit your question again to the next full council meeting, and if you get it in quickly, you will be heard. Not tonight. You're not honourable people then, are you? Because it's a genuinely honest question. Right, I will ask you once more to please sit down. I'm asking you calmly and respectfully. And you've had the decision. Yeah, not tonight. So we've moved on in the agenda according to the timings that we adhere to. So please sit down, or we will ask for you. I'll have to adjourn again, and we will ask you to be removed. We have 15 minutes for the public questions to council. People who got their questions in were heard. You can get yours into the next council meeting, and you're very welcome to do that. Questions are taken strictly in the order. She's not going to stop, is she? So just adjourn. Members, I'm very sorry, but we are going to have to adjourn and to a different date. Please stand. Do we need the May spot for this? Sorry, Conrad. We have a choice to make, really, whether we adjourn. We will be adjourning now anyway, but whether we adjourn till later this evening or whether we adjourn to another date. So can I take the feeling of council, please?
Reconvene.
It's a genuinely honest question. Just let me ask my question and just let Councillor Fielding answer the question.
Reconvene later.
Yeah.
Okay, we will just adjourn once more and we will reconvene tonight and then we'll take further feelings on what happens. Hopefully by then we won't be getting the disruption we've experienced. So if members would adjourn again, thank you. We will reconvene. We'll carry on with questions to the leader. Those who've got your Fitbits on tonight, at least the consolation is you'll have a lot more steps on them. Thank you, Councillor Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First question. My first question tonight, at your instruction, Madam Mayor, is about Oldham's Brexit preparations. Boris Johnson plans to take us out of the European Union and will implement his deal if he wins the general election. Oldham Borough has received and continues to receive thousands of pounds in EU funding. We still wait for any clarity on the Prosperity Fund, which is supposed to replace all EU funding. There is a real fear, despite promises that the cake will be smaller, and places like Oldham will lose out. The UK government has also paid Oldham Council £350,000 for so-called Brexit preparations. Our future is now less clear and more uncertain, so we must prepare for the worst. Of the £315,000 of UK Brexit preparation money, Oldham Council has currently spent £35,000 in total, so I'm told. 20,000 extra on food banks and 15 making sure that European child nationals receive settled status before the deadline of the 31st of October. So that leaves a rather substantial pot of just short of £300,000, 280 to be exact. I'm most interested to know what the Council has planned to do with the money. I hope that there are already measures in place. However, if there are no detailed plans, can I be advised what the time frame for release of funds and the spending plan to be put forward? Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and thank you to the Leader of the Opposition for asking his question. It is correct that the Council has received £315,000 in funding for Brexit preparations. £105,000 for this year, an additional £105,000 when we anticipated that we would exit the EU with no deal on the 31st of October. Is it a further £105,000 when we anticipated that we would leave the EU with no deal on the 31st of October, and we've been pledged a further £105,000 on top of that for the following year. The Leader of the Opposition is correct that we've spent £20,000 on food banks and £15,000 to help child foreign nationals get their settled status that they require. Unfortunately, because of the lack of detail around the kind of Brexit that we are expected to have, which has now been put back to the 31st of January, we've thought it more prudent not to draw up detailed plans because we simply don't know. We simply don't know what position we may be in come the 31st of January and whether we will Brexit at all. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Have you a second question, Councillor Sykes?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank the Leader for his answer, and just wonder whether we just need to revisit maybe the food banks again out of that, coming up to the time of year it is and whatever. So the second question, Madam Deputy Mayor, is about Progress 8 in Oldham schools. The relatively new accountability measure for secondary schools is called Progress 8. Progress 8 tracks how pupils make progress from the end of primary school to the final stages of high school. Schools used to be judged on performance, whereas now this measure is based on pupil progression. Once again in Oldham, as with other education matters, our score is below the national average. Regrettably, our Progress 8 score is also behind the national average. What is even more concerning is that 4 of our secondary schools fall into well below average category. To put this in perspective, those same 4 schools are in the bottom 12% of all schools nationally. This year, 4 out of 13 schools locally are well below average, and 5 out of 13 are below average. This is worse than last year. We have not improved. The direction of travel is in the wrong direction. We are performing much worse than the national average, but also worse than our neighbours in Rochdale and Manchester. Now, credit where credit is due. Waterhead Academy is the only school that shows improving performance. Others are deteriorating. We have seen an overhaul of SEND provision locally after Oldham Borough received a damning Ofsted report in 2018. Despite this, Oldham Borough persistently fails to give the standards of results that parents and pupils want to and expect. How will your administration address this perpetual underperformance in secondary schools? The situation is getting worse, not better, and I'm interested to know when this council will reverse the stagnation or decline in standards that have plagued our local education system since 2011. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
I call upon the Leader to answer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and thank you to the Leader of the Opposition for his second question. As I set out in the annual statement earlier in this meeting, much earlier in this meeting, there was a longer gap between that and this question than I thought there would be. But we have made education our top priority here at Oldham Council. We're investing £37 million in new school facilities, in expanding good and outstanding schools to make sure that each of our young people have the opportunity to access the quality of education that they deserve. Many of the performance measures in education in Oldham are improving faster than the national average, and so we are either catching up or making a larger gap between ourselves and the national average. It is not fair to criticise the standard of education in Oldham. This council is absolutely committed to improving it. We have a set of talented officers to support our schools, and we are promoting inter-school support between different establishments. We have a strong record on education. We'll continue to invest in standards I am confident will improve. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
And now it's the turn of the minority opposition. I believe it's Councillor Sheldon to ask the question.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. With the announcement of a general election, I'm sure we will all be extra busy leafleting and canvassing over the next few weeks. In these cold and dark days, I would like to ask the Leader to support my thoughts with regard to the election so near to Christmas. I get so frustrated when watching the TV interviews on the street with the reporters when people say they always vote a certain way, and so did their parents, so did the grandparents. It's about time people started to think what they're voting about. And I believe we should ask the people of Oldham to use the vote and think which candidate will best represent them if elected to Parliament. Think what your MP has done for you and what you want your MP to do for them. Looking forward to a Conservative win, we should expect to leave the EU on the 31st of January. Will the Leader inform Council of the preparations in place for this? Councillors will no doubt be the first call on some businesses and individuals who need advice and assistance, and we should all be ready to direct anybody to the correct means of help. I would also like to add that I expect it will be business as usual on the 1st of February. Thank you.
I call on the Leader of the Council to respond.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I think I caught that question. The Council is making all the preparations that we can with the money that has been provided by the Government in readiness for Brexit, which may or may not take place on the 31st of January. We have only spent a small amount of that, as detailed in my response to the previous question from Councillor Sykes, on beefing up availability of food in our food banks and on helping children receive settled status where necessary. The £315,000, however, pales in significance compared to the £208 million that Councillor Sheldon's national colleagues have cut from this council. On his earlier comments about selecting which is the best candidate to represent the people of Oldham down in Westminster in the forthcoming general election, I can only advise people to vote Labour. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
I call on Councillor Davis to ask his question.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Can the Cabinet Member for Education and Skills comments on the impact the cuts imposed by the Conservative Liberal alliance and subsequent Tory governments have had on the Sure Start service. Whether he thinks that the Labour's proposed National Education Service allow us to invest in the vital services for families.
I call on Councillor Mushtaq to answer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Davis, for the question. Education funding has been slashed by £7 billion since 2011 by the then Tory Lib Dem coalition and the subsequent Tory governments. A 2019 report by the Institute of Fiscal Studies stated that nationally there has been a reduction in the number of children's centres by up to 1,000 since their peak in 2010, funding by two-thirds to 600 million in 2017-18. As well as direct funding cuts, we have lost millions, and this is a really important point, we have lost millions through coalition and Tory policies. Policies such as the free schools, which has enabled individuals to abuse the public purse, something we have been victims of in Oldham with the former failed collective spirit school. The National Education Service, proposed by the Labour Party, will ensure quality education and skills from cradle to grave. It will join up a currently disjointed education and skills system, including free 30-hour education for 2-, 3- and 4-year-olds, ensuring all children can attend schools for 5 full days a week, and abolishing tuition fees. And all these are really important things that will benefit the children, who are more important than anyone who thinks they can shout down really important questions from genuine members of the public regarding children and adults that need our help. And that can only be achieved through a Labour government. Thank you very much.
I call upon Councillor Hume to ask the next question.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I think I've got that the right way round. So, could I thank the leader for attending the meeting of Saddleworth Parish Council to discuss how the parish and borough councillors can work more closely together. I think it is the view of members from all parties present at the meeting, including some of our fellow councillors here tonight, that this was a constructive meeting. It was noticeable that the only party unrepresented was Saddleworth First. Does the leader share my disappointment and surprise that members of a party whose very name suggests that they want to put the interests of Saddleworth first did exactly the opposite that evening, but not even bothering to turn up?
I call on Councillor Fielding to respond.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And thank you to Councillor Hume for his question. I'll address the point about Saddleworth first. I was indeed shocked and surprised that Saddleworth First did not attend the Saddleworth Parish Council meeting that Councillor Curley invited me to as chair of the Saddleworth Parish Council. I did wonder if it was a boycott, but then I discovered through the new register of political parties that they have now formed a new party to replace Saddleworth First called Proud of Oldham and Saddleworth, the acronym of which spells POOS. So perhaps Saddleworth First, or the representatives elected as Saddleworth First, were at home, instead of attending the parish council meeting, discussing how to firm up poos, or how to push out their message of poos during the forthcoming elections. I'm wasted here. But seriously though, I acknowledge that Saddleworth Parish Council has a majority of members from parties other than my own. And I think that the constructive relationship that we can build as a result of the meeting that I attended and work together on issues about transport, about planning and all manner of other issues that we discussed on that night, we can work together on that and it will be very positive for both Saddleworth Parish Council and Oldham Council indeed. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
I call on Councillor Ibrahim to ask a question.
Thank you, Deputy Madam Mayor. My question is to the Cabinet Member for Housing. Please can you tell us how many families are currently living in temporary accommodation, waiting for a new home, how this compares with this time last year and what action is needed to solve this crisis. Thank you.
I call on Councillor Roberts to respond.
Thank you, and I thank Councillor Ibrahim for her question. The figures are shocking and show a marked increase in families in crisis in Oldham. The temporary accommodation figures are that in Q2 2018-19 there were 67 households in temporary accommodation, and in Q2 in this year there were 148 families, over twice as many families needing this stopgap. And today we still have 146 families living in temporary accommodation. The actions required to address these issues must come from central government policy changes, as despite our best efforts, Oldham Council cannot address the issues with the current policies and resources available. Welfare policies need to change. Housing benefit no longer covers rents. The detrimental impact of universal credit affects too many in our borough, and the benefit cap and child benefit limits, all these need to go. The government promised reform of Section 21 no-fault evictions, the major cause of homelessness here and across the country, but to coin a phrase, nothing has changed. Current housing policy delivers for the few, not the many. And a pledge made by the Tories in 2014 to deliver a starters' homes policy has not been delivered. We are on our third Tory Prime Minister since that promise was made, and not one single home has been built. Oldham needs a Labour government to deliver a standalone housing ministry to tackle the housing crisis, 1 million genuinely affordable homes in 10 years, grant funding of £4 billion for social homes, scrapping the idea that 80% of market rent is affordable and peg rents to incomes, to end the right to buy, to end rough sleeping within one term of office, to give renters new rights, and to build first buy homes for young people costing no more than a third of incomes. We need a government for the many, and which will work with Oldham Council to provide safe, warm, affordable homes for all of our residents.
Do we have a question from the Liberal Democrats? Councillor Williams. Son. That's a tenner in the pot from me.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Hey.
A number of years ago, Shaw and Crompton councillors received a briefing from council officers saying that if a family moved into the area, there would not be a local primary school placement for them, and they would instead be offered a placement in another area. Councillors were asked for local input as to which primary schools could be approached with a view to carrying out expansions. Would the Cabinet Member for Education and Skills, or the relevant Cabinet Member, please tell me if primary school placements are still an issue in Shaw and Crompton, and if so, what progress has been made since that meeting to address the issue? Thank you.
I call upon Councillor Mushtaq to respond.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Thank you for the question. I'll take the question on board and I will get back to you. Thank you very much.
I call on Councillor Judd to ask a question.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Oldham Council has declared a climate emergency and is bringing forward a comprehensive strategy to develop green Oldham and tackle climate change. Could the Cabinet Member responsible please comment on how Labour's Green New Deal will help the Council to achieve its objectives?
I call upon Councillor Jabbar to respond.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Mayor. Can I thank Councillor Judd for his question, and can I also thank him for his passionate interest in the green issues. So in July this year, the Council pledged to bring forward Oldham Green New Deal strategy, the first local authority in the country to do so, aiming to apply principle of Labour's National Green New Strategy at a local level. This strategy will aim to deliver against our environmental commitments while securing the benefits of action on climate change and environment for Oldham residents and businesses in terms of jobs, training, savings on energy bills and a higher quality of life. Oldham cannot achieve all this alone. However, support from central government will be essential. The Labour Party's Green New Deal programme includes proposal to boost investment in renewable energy, potentially through a new regime of financial incentive. This could support the Council's ambition to build solar farms and develop community energy groups, helping them to decarbonise targets for 2025 for Oldham Council and 2030 for the borough. Support industries affected by low carbon transition. This could help Oldham Council businesses to go green and become more competitive, protecting jobs and creating new high quality jobs. Support new form of public transport and community ownership of low carbon infrastructure. This could support the Council's ambition to set up an Oldham energy company to keep the value of green energy local and boosting our community group such as Oldham Community Power and Saddleworth Hydro. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jabbar. I call upon Councillor Stephen Bashforth to ask a question.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I think I might know the answer to this because I've seen some emails flying about it. Can I ask, why is Salmon Fields Road flooding so much when it rains so heavily these days? It seems to be having to be closed on a very regular basis, as this is the main feeder road to the Salmon Fields Industrial Estate, Moss Lane Industrial Estate, and as an important bypass for Turf Lane. Can we find out who's responsible for water control here, and so we can resolve this increasingly serious problem ASAP? Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
I call upon Councillor Ali to respond.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Steve Bashforth for his question. The floodwater is emanating from the adjacent council-owned land, which was the route of a former railway line. This former railway line was served by a drainage system which is now failing and causing water to surcharge onto the highway during periods of heavy rain. The council is currently undertaking emergency works which will help to alleviate the flooding at this location in the short term to medium term. And a scheme is being progressed also to identify a long-term solution to resolve this problem. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
I call upon Councillor Shuttleworth to ask a question.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. In 2018, I raised a question relating to the vacant former police station on Broadgate in Chadderton, and the response in part at that time was, the scenes of crime officers are going to be moving in and operating from the building. However, this will require the building to undergo refurbishment and is being modernised for this purpose. It is anticipated that the work will take place in 2019-2020. May I ask the Cabinet Member for an update? Thank you, Deputy Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I call upon Councillor Fielding to respond.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Councillor Shire is going to respond to this question.
That's fine. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'd like to thank firstly Councillor Shuttleworth for his question. He did raise it in 2018. Unfortunately, at the moment, we don't have an update, but I have asked the Assistant Director for Communities and Youth to speak to the police because they are the owner of the actual building. As soon as he has an update, he will provide it to Councillor Shuttleworth. I want to thank you for your patience and make sure we get an update as soon as we possibly can. Thank you.
Do we have a question from another Liberal Democrat group member?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. The Cabinet Member may be aware of recent incidents in Dobcross recently where HTVs have tried to go through the square and damage the memorial and a property. I'm sure the Cabinet member would join me in thanking the council officers and emergency services for their great work afterwards. The Cabinet member will be aware of a motion the Liberal Democrats put forward around lorry watch. Would they look into introducing weight restrictions and signs in the area of Dobb Cross? Another thing that residents are petitioning for in Dobb Cross is a 20 miles an hour default limit across Dobb Cross. The Liberal Democrats proposed some time ago that Oldham join the 2020 campaign. This would have seen the borough-wide 20 miles an hour speed limits on residential roads. Sadly, this was not taken up at the time. Would they look at this again, or at least look at introducing some such scheme for Dobb Cross? Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Would that be Councillor Ali to answer? It's a road-related question.
Yep, thank you for the question. We acknowledge it, and yeah, and we'll get back to you with an answer. Thank you.
We are on the last question, and we're just getting towards the end of the time for this section. So I ask Councillor Shuttleworth to ask his question.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. As the Highways team gear up for whatever the winter months may throw our way, would the relevant Cabinet member be good enough to advise the likely spend on the gritting of our roads in order to make them as safe as reasonably possible? Thank you.
Calling Councillor Ali to respond.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Shuttleworth, for your question. The cost of winter gritting is entirely dependent on what the winter months throw at us. Rest assured, the best use of staff and resources is considered and actioned at all times, from purchasing salt in the summer months when the cost is significantly less expensive to very close monitoring of weather conditions to optimize available resources in the most cost-effective way. Our primary aim is to keep the primary highway network free of ice and snow at all times as far as possible. To ensure a safe journey for all commuters, with our efforts concentrated on areas that will benefit the most people. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ali. So we've run out on the time for that section of questions. Can I just thank everybody for working so hard to uphold the democracy of this meeting in the face of people who are attacking the democracy. So we will carry on regardless. We now move on to the section questions on Cabinet minutes, and I call on Councillor Fielding to move and Councillor Shah to second and ask that Council notes the minutes of the Cabinet meetings as circulated.
Move, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Second, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Do any members who are not Cabinet members wish to ask a question on Cabinet minutes?
That's my right.
Yes, sorry, please ask your question.
Thank you, Deputy Madam Mayor. This is a question regarding the Cabinet minutes, page 33, section 9 on highway services, for the Cabinet member on neighbourhood services. I'm sure you are aware at the moment there is currently no budget to replace or repair the vehicle activated speed signs, which means those signs are not working throughout the borough or are faulty. A review of the future of those that were either funded by elected members or through their ward budgets through a speed reduction scheme is also being undertaken, which might result in those signs being removed. Could the Cabinet member provide an update to the Council on the review of those speed signs? Thank you.
So who is your question to? Neighbourhood Services, is that? Yeah. Do you want to answer it, Sean?
I can do. I think that, again, it's not clear specifically which minute it refers to, but it is an important issue, so I'm quite happy to answer it. It's true that there's an ongoing piece of work around vehicle-activated speed signs. I have some in my ward that are in a state of disrepair, and I am waiting for that work to be completed as well. I recognise how important it is for people across the borough, and those were installed for a reason in the first place, and so I would assume that the reason for their original installation still stands today. I'm hopeful of being able to allocate some funding towards the repair of those signs once it is identified which ones should be retained, but there is of course the local improvement fund which councillors can make bids into should they wish to repair something pending that work being undertaken.
Councillor Harkness, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. It's on the minutes of page 34, August 2019. It's a Delft New Road Flood Alleviation Scheme. First of all, I welcome the current work taking place to address the flooding issues in Delft. This is something that local councillors have been pushing for some time. With the heavy amount of wet weather we have experienced, can I ask for reassurances that the high-risk areas across the borough have been inspected appropriately? I would also like to know that our drains and gullies maintenance is up to speed, and that those areas with high risk have an appropriate plan in place to avoid any potential devastation that might occur in the event of unexpected floods. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you for carrying on. Are you going to say this one, Sean, as well?
Which one? I think I'll do the flooding in Delft, it seems safer. Yeah, so we take issues of flooding very seriously. Obviously, there's a particular issue in some parts of Saddleworth. And that's why we've invested in a number of flood alleviation schemes across Saddleworth, some of which are reflected in this evening's papers. We can pledge to take up Councillor Harkness's particular issue around any sites that it's identified, but I can assure you that officers are constantly monitoring high-risk areas for flooding, and it is likely that the ones that he may have in mind have already been identified and assessed by our officers. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Sheldon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. This is the Cabinet meeting on the 19th of August, and it's page 33, item 10, plant hire contract. And there's a little bit of a story to it, but we might as well hear this as another story. I've been keeping highways informed over many years in regarding to flooding issues and blocked drains, but recently I've been told that highways do not want people to report blocked drains. I observed the problems while driving and walking around my ward and flagged them up because of safety and not because of a personal interest or a vendetta to the Highways Agency. I've been told that the grids will be emptied one session per year, and I do not believe this is adequate enough. In some cases where leafy lanes, as we have in Saddleworth, often get blocked more so than other drains. So when we notice a drain that is full of leaves and debris, we report it to the council to stop other properties becoming flooded. What I'm asking for is that we look into this contract of vehicles and look to get an extra grit drain clearing vehicle, sorry. This would help, and rather than each grid be cleaned out once per year, we could actually move it to different parts of the borough. As we've heard from other people, Delft are also getting flooding problems, and even in Shaw. So it would be used, or we could use it on a contract system. So I can only assume that the slow process of getting round to the grids is that we are relying on one wagon, and I think we should be looking at employing more people and 2 wagons to do these drains for us. I would like to ask the Cabinet Member, Councillor Shaw, to intervene, and where there's a potential danger spot highlighted by a council or other person this is acted upon. As the weather is getting worse and these wet patches become icy patches, they become very dangerous, and I think we need to look at these. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, it's actually not me anymore. It's now Councillor Atiku Raymond. But what I will do is I'll pass on your comments and I'll get him to respond to you. Is that all right, Councillor Sheldon? Thank you.
Thank you. I've not missed anybody. No. Oh, sorry, Councillor Byrne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And Madam, would you please be quiet while I speak?
Hey.
I can just expand on the A62 Delph. I will. I just think she's so rude. On the A62, there have been additional problems which the engineers have worked superbly well with, which emanated both on the A62 at Gateshead, which is mentioned here, and in Dobb Cross. That was something which wasn't expected. It was a lot of slurry from one of the fields. And I think the residents have settled down now. Now they know what's happening. Now they know which roads are closed, which will be open, and when they will be open. And we look to having an exit for the Gateshead people onto the A62 in a few weeks' time. And perhaps I could refer to, I'm not sure where it is, but in Dobb Cross, we did have the problems with being knocked down. The monument went back very quickly, and we have a village wedding in Dobb Cross towards the end of the month. I sent an email on Sunday night asking for the lamp to be restored, and it went on at 8 o'clock yesterday morning, and I sent photographs at every stage. And I can only commend our engineers and officers in all these departments, because they work so tirelessly with us, and they have a lot of patience because they also have to contend with residents as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Byrne, for a positive note on there. I've not missed anybody else. For completeness, I think I forgot to ask, do you note the minutes of the Cabinet meetings? Thank you. Okay, we move on. So now we move on to the joint the joint arrangements and partnerships. So the first section is questions on joint arrangements and partnerships, and I call on the spokespersons to move the minutes. So Greater Manchester Transport Committee, Councillor Raymond's not here. Are you moving them, Councillor Ali? Thank you. Sean, for Sean to move. Oh, sorry, Sean.
Yeah, in Councillor Raymond's absence, I'll move the minutes of the Transport Committee, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. When I hear roads, I always think of Councillor Ali. Greater Manchester Waste and Recycling Committee, Councillor Torr.
Welcome to Oldham. You know that, don't they? Here she is.
Thank you.
See that's a room, she's my other councillor.
I said Councillor Torr. Yes, she's done it. National Park Authority, Councillor McLaren.
Move the minutes, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Myocare Board, Councillor S. Bashforth.
Move the minutes, Madam Deputy Mayor. That's
£15. Oldham Leadership Board, Councillor Fielding.
Move, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Health and Wellbeing Board, Councillor Chohan.
Move, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Police and Crime Panel, Councillor Williams.
Councillor Williams is in attendance today, so I'll move on his behalf, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioning Partnership Board, Councillor Chohan.
Move, Madam Mayor.
Greater Manchester Combined Authority, Councillor Fielding.
Move, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Greater Manchester Health and Care Board, Councillor Chauhan.
Move, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Do any members of the council have a question on any of those minutes? Right. Councillor Hazel Gloucester.
Thank you, Deputy Madam Mayor. I refer to the Oldham Leadership Board minutes, page 97, section 3. I think we all know it's widely recognised that all new buildings and renovations should be environmentally friendly and must include measures such as the installation of triple glazing for heat retention, surface water collection to preserve our water sources, and the installation of solar panels for energy efficiency. Also, electric charging points to encourage zero carbon emissions on our roads. What plans does the current administration have in place to ensure environmental resourcefulness in Oldham for all new and renovated properties? I've lost my place. If there is no such plan in place, when does this council intend to adopt such a scheme? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and thank you for Councillor Gloucester for that observation. The climate emergency was brought to Oldham Leadership Board at my request, and we are looking to bring forward the Green New Deal for Oldham Borough very, very soon. That will encompass many of the things that Councillor Gloucester has referred to, and we will be the first council in the country to bring forward such a deal, and I look forward to sharing the details of that in due course. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Hamlet.
Sorry, many thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor. I refer to GMCA page 120, part 164. Before we look to Greater Manchester Public Services... Madam, I'm new to this place. I have autism and it's really daunting. Can you just, please? Sorry, I thought it'd be more pertinent to look at Oldham Services provisions first. As Unity Partnership are now wholly owned by the council again, what steps are being taken by the administration to ensure both organisations work smarter together, making sure that neither overlaps the other in relation to work, achieving the savings and improving the provisions of services to the people of Oldham? Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Hi, sorry to make Councillor Hamlet get up again, but which minute is it that you're referring to, please?
Sorry, Sean, it's GMCA part 20 and it's part 164.19.
On what page of the Green Book?
Page 120. It's a really lilac colour.
Yeah. 119. Well, I can assure you that since Unity Partnership became wholly owned by the council after us purchasing the shares that were previously held by Kia, the council is working much more closely with Unity Partnership on services to eliminate any duplication. And I've got to say that it is an example of where things perform better in public ownership. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Davis, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Page 127, the Greater Manchester Combined Authorities meeting, voluntary sector accord, and the Greater Manchester Mayor talks about the bed every night too. Can you give us an update where we're up to in Oldham and where it's up to?
I think that's you again, Leader.
Can you just clarify the minute again, Councillor Davis? Sorry, I didn't hear all of that. I think for a point of public information for those out there watching, the 400 or the people that watch on our live stream, the council elections take place in May. So most of us pending any disasters will still be here in January. I'll confirm that for the members of the public who are watching. Yeah, I'm very proud of the way that we've been able to work and implement the Bed Every Night scheme spearheaded by Labour Mayor Andy Burnham, which has reduced rough sleeping across the Greater Manchester City region. I know that Councillor Davis has a keen interest in this himself. He is a volunteer with Oldham Street Angels helping rough sleepers, and he also comes up to the council building very early in the morning to drive the minibus on occasion to transport people to and from their accommodation, where they can get fed and where they can get their showers. So the work that we are doing in partnership with the church groups has meant that we have got a scheme that now encompasses both women, couples, people with pets, men, all of the groups of people who may be unfortunate enough to find themselves homeless. The previous scheme was not quite as all-encompassing as that, but the scheme that we have now is very successful, and I hope that we will see further reductions in rough sleeping because of that scheme, but also because we get a Labour government on December the 13th who will build the homes we need, scrap universal credit and put money back in the pockets of people who need it. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Moores, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Minutes of the ordinary meeting of the Greater Manchester Waste and Recycling Committee, page 79, minute WRC 19/19. While I welcome the introduction of measures being put in place to control trade waste, this could also have an impact on domestic waste. I do feel it is important that these measures are introduced consistently and that residents need to be fully informed regarding these changes. Could I be assured that the residents will be kept advised?
Thank you for your question. I will work with the officers and I'll make sure the people are informed. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I have a question related to the minutes about the Greater Manchester Transport Authority and in particular about access to stations such as Greenfield. This is on page 69. In the last paragraph from that section dealing with access, there's a statement that says that paying for taxis to Stalybridge from Greenfield is not, quote, sustainable. I've been in meetings with officers of the Rail Authority where it has been clearly stated that an option for people who cannot get access to Greenfield Station will be entitled to a paid-for taxi service. So I'd like to have some clarification on this and what it is we can tell our constituents. Thank you.
Councillor Fielden, are you taking this one?
Yeah, I take most of it, don't I? Thank you, and thank you to Councillor Leach for your observation. The inaccessibility of Greenfield Railway Station is an ongoing problem which we have raised numerous times through motions here at this council. I have raised it repeatedly at the Greater Manchester Transport Committee and the Greater Manchester Combined Authority. For those of you who may not be aware, and as has Councillor Sykes, I will give him credit for that. For those of you who might not be aware of the backstory to how Greenfield came to not receive the investment that's required to make it accessible. Originally, the Trans-Pennine line was intended to be electrified, and the works to make Greenfield Station disabled accessible were meant to be completed as part of those electrification works. Of course, the government then paused and later virtually scrapped the intention to electrify that line. And so, whilst it was anticipated that disabled access would be installed as part of those improvements, because that we did not seek, the government did not allocate any additional funding from the places where other inaccessible stations are getting it from. So Greenfield slipped through the net. It is by no means an ideal solution for people to have to get taxis to Stalybridge in order to catch a train into Manchester or over to Huddersfield. But unfortunately, until we get the investment we need in our rail infrastructure, that is the scheme that operates. It is a scheme that is very much live, and anybody who is arriving at Greenfield and who is unable to get onto the other side to the Yorkshire-bound platform is entitled to a taxi, which will be paid for by the train operating, the station operator, and they should make that known when they arrive so that they can access that offer. Please share the details that that scheme is in operation with your residents. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Al Hamdani.
Thank you, Deputy Madam Mayor. With regards to the Health and Wellbeing Board, section 11, which is actually referenced to the paragraph at the top of page 103, talking about mental health in Oldham, good mental well-being and so forth. I wanted to raise the issue of the use of nitrous oxide or laughing gas by young people across the whole of Oldham, and in particular the ongoing effects that has in terms of mental health and ongoing long-term effects that it can have for people. Many residents in all of our wards will wake up every morning and they find those canisters in the street. We know that this is going on and this is a problem, and that's only indicative of one type of drug use. It is much more prevalent than that. And this is going on despite the work of the detached teams which are working in all our communities, and I would like to note the work that is going on with young people across the borough. Do we have any statistics on the health impacts of, in particular, nitrous oxide across the borough? Are there any additional programmes which we can be running to try and encourage young people not to abuse these substances and to prevent those long-term effects? Thank you.
This is an awkward one because I'm actually the Chair of Health and Wellbeing, but I'm in this chair tonight. Councillor Chan stood in for me to propose the minutes. Can we get back to you on that? I mean, there is information, obviously, but we can get better detailed answer for you. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I've not missed anybody. Oh, sorry. Yeah, and you're down there, Chris Goodwin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy
crossed
Mayor.
you off, actually. Sorry.
I'd like to comment on the Transport Committee meeting from the 9th of August, page 55, section 8, forthcoming changes to the bus network. I'm sure there's some positives and negatives to the bus changes across the borough, but I'd like to focus on the 81 service, which affects my ward of Chadderton South. It's disgraceful that First Bus has cut this service back to a 30-minute frequency on the only service which goes to Oldham from much of my ward, then to an hourly service in the evening. It's even worse if you're travelling to Manchester in the evening, because there's somehow a 3-hour gap between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m. So I'd like to take this opportunity to encourage all residents to take part in the consultation on bus services on the TFGM website to support the franchises of our bus services so that we can take back control of it. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I think that doesn't require an answer. Councillor Raymond, it's not. You want to say something? Yeah.
Yeah, why not? I can hear myself now. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Goodwin, for raising that issue. I engaged with First Bus when they were looking at making the service changes, which, to be fair, under the current system, they don't have to come and talk to us. And they did state their intention to partition services at Oldham Town Centre in an attempt to improve reliability. They did not provide any details of the reduction in frequency of the 81 at the time, I suspect, because it would have prompted responses had we known like the one that Councillor Goodwin just made, the observation that Councillor Goodwin just made. However, this is a brilliant opportunity to encourage more people to take part in the consultation on bus franchising, which is currently underway. And I think that is a good example of where the phrase "take back control" can be used in a positive way for the common good. Let's take back control of the fares, routes, timetables and quality of vehicles that operate the bus network in Greater Manchester. We can do that by franchising, respond to the consultation and say yes. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. It's just that the earache's gone. It's thrown me a bit. I was getting used to it. So we move on to item 9, notice of administration business, and I call upon Councillor Ball to move and Councillor Hume to second motion 1.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. In the interest of speed and because I've got a mega headache, I'm going to formally move this and George will speak on it, if that's okay.
That's fine. Thank you. Right, Councillor Hume to second.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Ball, for moving this important motion and for giving me the time to speak. It's very kind of you. And I'd also like to thank you as well, and your colleagues, Councillor Cosgrove and Councillor Alexander, who's not here, unfortunately, tonight. I hope she feels well soon, for fighting against the profit-driven cuts to the 81 bus service in their ward. I think they've done a fantastic job to try and get some work done, but unfortunately this private system we have, the current system we have, just does not work properly. And so I was going to respond to something you were going to say in your speech. So we've seen in recent weeks, first, not just the 81 service, but first cutback services across Oldham. And in our borough, Labour have been leading the fight against these cuts, with local councillors and including Councillor Fielding and our local MPs, Debbie Abrahams and Jim McMahon, joining in. And in Saddleworth, as Chair of the Traffic and Transport Committee, I've written to First, demanding that their cuts to the 81 service be reversed. This is a sad example of why we urgently need reform in the way that buses are run in Greater Manchester. And at a time when councils around the country, including our own, are declaring climate emergencies, we are seeing services slashed, pushing people back towards cars. At the same time as cutting back our services, the private bus companies have this week announced they will halt a joint ticketing scheme, potentially increasing the costs to passengers by up to £150 a year. Franchising is a fantastic opportunity for us in Greater Manchester, one we must grasp with both hands. It will allow us to have a London-style system, which will mean there will be just one body running the network, which means they can finally introduce a simple ticket card you can use on any bus or tram with a daily cap on spend. Local authorities will be able to set and enforce the timetabling of buses across Greater Manchester, so buses are more reliable. Fares will be cheaper and more consistent. In London, it's only £1.50 for a hopper thing, which can be over an hour of travel. Passengers could access comprehensive and easy to find information. Profits from the more popular routes, which currently go into the pockets of shareholders, will then be used to subsidise our less busy routes so communities have a decent service. And I know that's a big issue in my ward of Saddleworth North, where there's a lot where rural communities are really let down by the fact that they don't make as much money as some of the busier routes. And the network can be expanded to run desperately needed evening and weekend services, which we've seen with the 180 have been cut back. So it will allow us to also make sure that bus drivers and staff are valued in their work and make sure they get good pay and conditions. And I don't know if you've seen Andy Burnham's Death Star, but it will allow us to properly plan and have a plan and join up with other modes of transport in Greater Manchester. So, and please do not be put off by the length of the consultation document. There's just 9 simple questions you need to answer and plenty of consultation events in the borough. And I know that Better Buses for Greater Manchester are also a fantastic source of advice on how to respond to the consultation. And I would urge everyone paying over the odds for an overcrowded service that's often late, if it arrives at all, to channel their frustration into this consultation and show the private bus companies that they have had enough. But whilst this is a fantastic opportunity for Greater Manchester, Labour are the only party offering real change for our bus network in this election. This Christmas, don't let the Tories take you for a ride. If you want a bus service that truly works for the many and not the few, then vote Labour on Thursday, the 12th of December. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. The new franchising system in Greater Manchester would indeed be beneficial for residents and local government alike. And to be frank, anything will be improvement on what we currently have. Bus deregulation has been a disaster for everybody. Usage is down and the fleet and reliability are found wanting. Profits come before passengers and citizens. I've been banging on about this since it happened in 1986. Now, where is bus usage and reliability good? In London, the only part of the country that was not deregulated and thrown to the vagaries of the free market. Says it all, really. High quality public transport is essential to building sustainable communities. Greater Manchester has a unique, thriving local economy that massively contributes to the national gross domestic product. It is certainly true, as it is with rail, Oldham Borough needs better transport infrastructure. Many routes in Oldham, and I know firsthand in Shaw and Crompton, are often late, and the wait is too long between buses, if they even turn up at all. And bus is the only option for many of our citizens we represent. And let's be clear, when we talk about bus operators in our borough, I'm predominantly talking about first bus, or never bus, or dirty bus, or never turn up bus. We must push, now more than ever, for a modern transport system to benefit our customers and community. And we hope this would lead to less congestion and pollution on our roads, because currently just the opposite is happening. Bus usage is down, bus mileage is down. This council needs to ensure that local communities, in particular rural communities, remain connected with local rail and bus services. These should be worked into the vast plans that Greater Manchester Combined Authority are committed to. As Liberal Democrat spokesperson for Transport in Greater Manchester, it's long been my hope since the 1980s when our services were sold off to improve transport in our borough and across the region. Connectivity is the key to employment opportunities and economic growth for our citizens. Lastly, as we think about bus networks locally, we must also work on the customer side of transport and enhance our network smart ticketing system. The current system is far from smart. It makes no sense to buy two different tickets from two different companies to travel throughout Greater Manchester. We're very happy on this side, Madam Deputy Mayor, to support the motion. Thank you.
Do we feel we've had enough time to debate this? I think if we're all in agreement, then it seems to make sense.
She's entitled to right to reply if she wishes.
Sorry.
Councillor Ball is entitled to a right to reply if she wishes.
Oh, yes. Yeah, thank you. Councillor Ball, do you wish to use your right to reply? Okay. Right, so that's a no then. So does council agree the motion? Those in favour, please show. Those against, please show. Any abstentions? That motion is carried. Thank you. So we move to motion 2. The Chief Executive has been notified in writing of a change of the mover of this motion in accordance with Council Procedure Rule 8.3. Agreement will be signified without discussion. Is Council agreed? I call on Councillor Chowan to move and Councillor Chatterton to second the motion.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. With your permission, if we could start with a small story, a story of Sarah, who's 70, and she says, and I quote, "I have carers who help me to wash, but I can only afford for them to come twice a week. When the carers are not here, I struggle. I would love to have a proper wash every day. It would be lovely to have a shower, but without someone in attendance, it is far too risky. I've spent more than 100,000 on care and now have no savings whatsoever. I think free personal care would be wonderful. It's what is needed, particularly if you live on your own, with no one to help you to wash and dress." And Sarah is 70. Madam Deputy Mayor, colleagues, just imagine if you retire and move to Con-on-Tweed, which is Northumberland, and as you get a bit older and you need some help to wash or dress up, you contact your local council and then they say, "Sorry, you will have to pay because you got saving of 23k, a couple of £100. Hence, you have to pay. Welcome to English social care system." However, if you just move a mile across the road into Scotland, you don't have to pay anything. And that tells you the discrimination faced by people in the same country. Social care system in existing shape and form is struggling to meet older people's need. Even though we employ 1.5 million in social care. Another 6 million offer unpaid care as friends and family members. The gap between need and funding has grown wider since 2010, and we do know what happened in 2010. Madam Deputy Mayor, we also know that older people generally have health as well as care need. By the age of 65, most people will have at least one long-term condition, and by age of 75, most will have at least two. Older people account for 62% of all hospital bed days and 52% of admissions that involve hospital stays of more than 7 days, and professional believes that cuts to social care services have contributed to the pressure on health services. And the success story of life for longer lifespans means that many people with care and support need arising from a mixture of physical health and mental health conditions, including dementia and frailty in old age. It is therefore not surprising that National Audit Office has warned that nationally and locally we do not know whether the care and health system can continue to absorb these pressures and how long they can carry on doing so. Unfortunately, our social care system is very discriminatory. Health, which is typically free at the point of delivery, and social care, which is mean tested, discriminates against people who have personal care needs that do not fall under the NHS. For example, a person who suffers from Alzheimer's disease, who will have needs to get help with their basic hygiene, basic needs, would not get any funding. However, a person who suffers from the cancer will receive all the funding from NHS, which can't be right. Madam Deputy Mayor, it is also very clear that free care at the point of need is needed, and we need to extend this to social services in England. It is a very unfair system in which more and more people of pensionable age are having to use their savings to pay for care received at home. That is vital, and that is vital for independence of these people. Unfortunately, they spend lifetime savings and force family to sell homes, which can't be right. It also makes economic sense by supporting people at home.
Move extension.
Thank you. It's predicted that NHS will save 4.5 billion a year. Madam Deputy Mayor, we politicians, especially we politicians, made the brave decision to have NHS in 1948. Let's make another brave decision and have a national care service which will meet the needs of our people. Let's care for the people who have given their blood and sweat for this nation. Thank you. Please support the motion.
Councillor Chatterton, sorry, Battle.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I rise to second the motion. Madam Mayor, it is not an exaggeration to say that the current crisis in social care is a national scandal. The number of both older people and working age people is increasing while funding is decreasing. Between 2009 and 2015, funding fell in real terms by 13%. Last year, 1.4 million people in the UK had an unmet care need. That is 1.4 million people that have not been able to access the care they need and deserve because of a combination of cuts, mean testing and rationing. Over the past 20 years, there have been 17 white papers, green papers and numerous official reviews into social care funding. None of them have led to any meaningful reform. Free personal care isn't some holy grail that hasn't been achieved because it is out of reach. Scotland introduced free personal care for the over 65s, helping with such things as bathing, dressing and personal hygiene. The number of people of Scotland receiving care doubled, but there had been an overall cost saving because admissions to hospitals fell. Deputy Madam Mayor, as Scotland showed us 17 years ago, this can be done, but I believe that this Tory government are actively choosing not to do this. This government recently announced an additional £4 billion into social care, half of what is actually needed. This smacks of announcing an extra 20,000 police officers after you've cut 21,000 police officers and then somehow expecting the electorate to be grateful. Of course the Tory government do not take this seriously, Deputy Madam Mayor. In a cabinet full of millionaires, it is not going to be Johnson, Gove and Rees-Mogg and their families that benefit from the introduction of free personal care. The reality is that Boris Johnson's Tory government do not care about the vast majority of working people in this country. And nowhere has that been clearer than this week in Jacob Rees-Mogg's disgusting comments that those people who died in the Grenfell tragedy somehow came to that end because they were not clever enough to get out. I read a quote recently that said, "When someone shows you who they are, believe them." And this government has shown us that they are lying, narcissistic charlatans who do not care about the average person. This motion is calling for an introduction of free personal care. That is essentially a requirement to receive a decent standard of care. That is all, just a decent basic standard of care. Surely, as the 7th richest country in the world, the least people should be able to expect is a decent standard of care. I hope all members support the motion. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Do any members wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Sykes.
Speak very briefly, Madam Deputy Mayor. Madam, that was right. Madam Deputy Mayor, you're all right.
It's all correct.
If nothing else, it's been a good evening for the Mayor or Mayoresses. Madam Mayor's or the Deputy Madam Mayor's charity. So that's one good thing that's come out of tonight's meeting. I'm not so sure anything else has though, but yet. We rise to support the motion. Personal care and the unfairness of the situation is apparent to us all. You almost get people come to see you, or you end up going to seeing them usually. In terms of that, our older people, in terms of free TV licences, winter fuel allowances, and the pension does not match the cost of living. So it all adds up, and particularly when savings or the family home is thrown into the mix. And people tend to forget about old people, except when it comes to election time, because then everybody remembers them, because they tend to turn out and vote. And just before, and like I said, we do support the motion, and since 2017 we've sought to establish a cross-party health and social care convention, because in some senses this is one of those issues in terms of how we look after our increasing ageing population. We need to take out of the political environment for whatever colour the government is, and you know, you had 13 years to do something about this and didn't do anything. The system was exactly the same as it is now, except we got more old people. So we do need a cross-party approach to health and social care, and you're right, a little bit of money spent on some of the social care side of it, if you need to do the sums, we should just do it because it's the right thing to do. But if you need to do it for the sums, just save in terms of the acute end of the spectrum, in terms of hospital admissions. So we would want to bring all parties together and investigate health and social care finance and workforce resources. And also you need to work with devolved administrations like we've got in Greater Manchester, from council to clinic, and let local people have their say as well. So I do hope council supports the motion. I hope the Labour group welcomes the cross-party support. It's dead easy to say we should do it. There are, everybody in this chamber, party has been in government and hasn't done it so far. So let's hope, whatever happens on December the 12th, our old people and pensioners win, and whoever wins does the right thing and funds social care. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Hamblett.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Just like to second and speak on this. Obviously, my ward, which has one of the highest elderly population age, it would be advantageous to reform our care system to help ensure that it's fair for residents who are entering their golden years or about to enter their golden years. It's imperative that all care, whether it be NHS, prescriptions, or further adaptive care or personal, be free at the point of use, travel, etc. for those who have worked hard or are hard in our borough, as they have given much to our lives, and we should obviously give something back. So I would absolutely support this amendment. I have shortened that down, so thank you.
Thank you. Those are the only names I've got recorded. I've not missed anybody. So, Councillor Chowan, do you wish to reply?
I do agree with Councillor Sykes. It is expensive night for him, and we still don't know what to come yet. I counted up to 30 quid, I think, so far for Deputy Madam, your charity. On a serious note, I do believe that everyone who goes through all what we all have gone through comes here with the intention to do well for our residents. So I can't obviously promise things on a national level, certainly on Oldham level. We welcome any support, any offer of working together, any suggestions. This administration got very good track record of delivering on health and social care. We're trying to constantly find the local solutions for national problems, whether it's prescription charges for care leavers, whether it's dealing with health inequality to our Oldham health check, health impact assessment. We are open anytime. Please come speak to us, and we will work together and for the betterness of our residents. Thank you. And I fully support your comment as well.
So does Council agree the motion? Those in favour? Against? Any abstentions? That is unanimously carried. Thank you very much. So we move to opposition business. Can I call on Councillor Williamson to move and Councillor Al-Hamdani to second the first motion? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I rise to move the motion as printed in the Green Book about clean air outside our schools. As councillors in each of our wards, we will have a number of schools, possibly all of them, where idling of vehicles is apparent, and we know that this cannot be good for our children's health. Of course, there are other areas where idling vehicles cause issues, like hospitals. It's not just cars, it's buses, delivery vans, and the purveyors of frozen delicacies. But one step at a time. It cannot be good when Public Health England have highlighted the issue and urged councils to work towards getting no idling zones around schools and trying to get children to walk or cycle. Fantastic idea, but sometimes it is not practical. It can be a big ask when parents, guardians or carers are dropping their children off before going to work, and the fact that not all children go to their local school, so need a car, whether that is primary or secondary. So idling should still not be allowed. Air pollution is the biggest environmental threat to health in the UK, and there is strong evidence that air pollution causes the development of coronary, yeah, that's it, thank you, heart disease, stroke, respiratory diseases and lung cancer, and exacerbates asthma from the particulate matter that is the soot seen in the vehicle exhaust while idling. Do we really want our children potentially having these health problems through no fault of their own, purely because we are not turning our engines off? A 5% improvement in the average efficiency of a new internal combustion engine vehicle registered in the EU would lead an annual reduction in CO2 emissions of 1.8 million tonnes, equivalent to replacing 1 million new car sales with battery-operated EVs. Lots of vehicles now have the intelligent stop-and-go feature, which does eliminate a small amount of pollutants, and with more people seeing the new technology working in vehicles, they are starting to buy EVs. The biggest obstacle we face with this is putting something in place like no idling zones. That's because we either have to wait for Greater Manchester-wide schemes or because there is no specific legislation in place. Sheffield, with a population of 518,000, introduced a warning sign to inform parents that they could be fined if they leave their engines running outside the school gates whilst waiting for their children. They were the first city outside London to do this. The impact of an air quality in schools was highlighted this week with the National Education Union and British Lung Foundation having issued guidance to head teachers on preventing their pupils from being exposed to air pollution. The guidance, which promotes practical steps to tackling air pollution, suggests that installing air monitors to show when toxic air is worse and what measures could be most effective. We all have a part to play when it comes to improving the quality of air we breathe, and there are things each of us can do. Our schools are the right place to start because children are particularly at risk. If you are driving to school, hospital or to the shop, please turn your engine off and do your bit to make Oldham a cleaner place. National Education Union also suggests that an air pollution should be linked to the national curriculum in science, PHSE, or citizenship, English.
Well, I think come on yet.
So, thank you. So how can Oldham get this to happen? Let's be the first in Greater Manchester to do it. Ask schools to write to parents, guardians and carers, asking them to encourage them to turn their engines off. Put signs up around the school. Surely we can implement without too much. We can do this easy or complicated. Easy is understanding the research and putting no idling zone signs up. Complicated is understanding the research and then not doing anything. This is our collective responsibility, whether we are guardians, parents, grandparents and drivers of any vehicle that emit harmful pollutants. We are all to blame. Turn the key, be idle free.
Thank you, Deputy Madam Mayor. I think I'm amongst everyone in saying this has been quite a difficult evening, and the thing that kept me going was getting to this motion because it's something simple that we can do to help children in the borough. At the start of this year, Public Health England said that between 28,000 and 36,000 deaths a year in the UK could be attributed to long-term exposure to air pollution. As Diane said, it's the biggest environmental threat to health in the UK. If we leave schools surrounded by cars with their engines idling, it's a mistake and it's letting our children down. We can't afford to wait. We know we need to redesign our towns. We know we need to ensure that the planning around our schools minimises the traffic going to them. But to name one place in my ward, we have a cul-de-sac with 2 schools back to back. There's no way that you can avoid having traffic sitting there. And there's no way that anything is going to happen to change that until many years down the line when one of those schools eventually is replaced and we can address the planning issue. But right now, we can't afford to wait. The Greater Manchester Framework talks about controlling traffic, parking within and around schools and early years sites. But we don't know when we're going to see the final version of the framework. We do know that this isn't going to go away, so we can't afford to wait. Oldham could be leading the way. Oldham should be leading the way. It doesn't require technology to be developed. It doesn't require something complex. Recently, this council introduced a public space protection order to protect the moors from fires. We can use the same methods to protect schools from idling cars. Sometimes the best steps are the simplest ones. If we engage with the communities to show that we take action together, as a council, as parents, as neighbours, we can make a difference for all our children. If you're collecting your children from school, you might have to wait, but we don't have to. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Quite quickly, so I do rise to support this motion. Outside schools, we see many cars, buses, taxis, and even ice cream vans sat there outside schools with the engines on. Diane will be pleased. Occasionally, you see the Transport for Greater Manchester signs reminding drivers that they should switch off their engines at traffic lights. There is a wider problem with pollution, and the Greater Manchester Clean Air Plan is starting to work on this. Now, as an asthma sufferer with a heart condition and working in the school, I do have a bit of a vested interest. But we only have a handful of schools trailing the no vehicle idling zones. So it shows we can clearly do much more. Liberal Democrats are passionate about tackling
climate change and having a greener and cleaner environment. I am extremely pleased that this Council unanimously approved the motion I brought to Council last time to declare a climate change emergency and to set up a climate change group. I am less pleased, of course, that we were in a position that such a declaration had to be made. This motion can enable clean air zones outside schools and be something that we want other areas to follow suit. Taking these steps moves us forward on the way to a cleaner and greener borough. Please support this motion. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
We have reached 9:30, the guillotine time, but you might have noticed we've had a few interruptions this evening, and we were actually adjourned for a total of 1 hour and 22 minutes. So the meeting could, in theory, continue till 10:52 if necessary. So it's just to warn you to get through the business. Obviously, it's in your interest to be succinct in debate and things like that. So we'll carry on. Councillor Sheldon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I'm quite surprised at this motion in the fact that only this week we had a licensing meeting and we talked about taxis which often leave their engines running, obviously to keep warm in this type of weather. But I did get some information from our legal department at the council, and the Road Traffic Act of 1988, section 42, does say that when stopped, the engine must be turned off. This is on any road, but this does not apply to traffic that is in traffic or waiting at traffic lights. The Road Traffic Regulation Act of 2002 says that it is an idling offence. Regulation 12 and 13. I'll pass all these details over, but the council can authorise the civil enforcement officers to issue a fixed penalty notice, as we do already with parking fines. I did mention this at the licensing meeting and said we see the traffic wardens quite often in Saddleworth. Apparently they're not as often in Cheriton for some reason. But this is a job we could ask the traffic wardens, rather than the school staff or other parents saying, hey, come on, turn your engine off, our children are walking by. We could make it a borough-wide enforcement and ask our enforcement officers to stop it. And it's quite simple. I do support the motion, but I think we need to go further. Thank you, Madam.
Councillor McLaren.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. It is worth noting that a report on the greenage strategy is on the ONS work programme for November. The clean air agenda item is also in the work programme, but is awaiting a response from the Greater Manchester Combined Authority. I would be happy to link both of this motion to both of these agenda items at the appropriate time, if that is the wish of the Council. Thank you.
So, do Council agree this motion? Those in favour? Oh. Sorry. Yeah, is that seconded? Yeah, thank you. Do Council agree to move this to overview and scrutiny? Agreed. Thank you. I think I'm beginning to lose the plot of it. Okay, so now we move to motion 2 in the opposition motions, and I call on Councillor Harkness to move and Councillor Hamblett to second the motion.
Thank you, and Madam Deputy Mayor. I rise to propose this motion on Anti-Bullying Week, which is next week, and this year's slogan is "Change starts with us." This is a fair time to reflect on the fact that Dame Laura Cox's on the House of Commons showed a dysfunctional workplace in the House of Commons. We have seen sexism, anti-Semitism and bullying experienced by members of Parliament and staff. If politicians allow such things to go unchecked and at times engage in such practices, a culture is allowed to create that this is okay. Then we should not be surprised to see figures such as those reported in the Trade Union Congress that nearly a third of people are bullied in their workplace. So as a council, I urge for cross-party support to show that we do not tolerate bullying. In my school, we have a process for when students are bullied in schools, and this motion seeks to promote anti-bullying weeks in schools. But the question is, how many people in the workplace know what to do if they are being bullied? As a council, we need to model good practice and ensure that we have a stringent, no-tolerance approach to anti-bullying and victims feel secure and able to come forward. Working in a school, we say that bullying is purposely hurting somebody, bullying is repetitive, and bullying can be physical, verbal or mental. And bullying can often occur online or by social media. In politics, the divisions that Brexit has brought with this blame culture of us against them, some acceptance of casual racism, sexism and anti-Semitism, poor behaviour by some in Parliament, including our Prime Minister. This has increased nastiness on social media with death threats to MPs, and this all plays out in the media. It creates a culture that makes it okay to stop people having their say, and it makes it okay to become abusive online. It makes it okay to be repetitive and to bully someone because you don't agree with them or because they are different. This is why half of gay, lesbian, bisexual and trans young people have been bullied in schools. I am sure figures are no different in many workplaces. This is not the message we should be giving. We should be campaigning for free speech and allowing those you don't agree with to have their say, but without danger. We should be leading by example and as a council build on the work done by the Youth Council. Remember, change starts with us. Please support this motion.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Thank you, members of the Chamber. I'm pleased to second the motion regarding Anti-Bullying Week, and it's right that change should start with us. I know it's getting late, and some members would rather we didn't bring anecdotal stories to the Chamber. However, I feel it would be remiss of me not to give an example of how hateful bullying can change a person. A young man I know, at the age of 13, came out to a close friend and whom he thought to be a sincere friend. This person used this as leverage over him to benefit financially and emotionally. And then that person broke their trust and first told his class, then his entire year. Soon the whole school knew, and his life and months were hellish. A couple of years later, during a crucial meeting with his parents, grandparents and teachers, a senior SEND tutor, special educational needs and disabilities, stood up and exclaimed how sick they were of him and what a waste of time and resources they were to the school, and then subsequently stormed out. Towards the end of his schooling, he was told by a Connections career officer, it used to be based on Union Street, to lower his expectations to any kind of decent work, as he was limited. This was not 1980 or 1990, this was 2009. That person was me. Bullying has a lasting effect. It can stick with you, change a person, alter how people interact, and has the tragic potential to end a life. Nearly happened once. No matter the age, gender, race or sexuality, bullying must stop. And we in this borough can make a change here and now for our residents' lives by leading the way. This borough should be confident calling out or reporting bullying in any environment. Let's celebrate individuality and what makes us all unique. So thank you, and please do support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Hamlet. I've had two indications. Councillor Mushtaq.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I don't have anything prepared, but I thought in my position as a Cabinet Member for Education and Skills, it was important, and given what took place this evening, I think it's very relevant that the title or the phrase being used is change starts with us. We are adults. We are ourselves community leaders. Some of the public gallery today, I believe the lady holding the phone is herself a grandmother. And change does start with us, because the behaviours we display are the behaviours our children will repeat.
Absolutely.
If we have grandmothers standing here bullying people like Arooj Shah, who, as we all know, has suffered a lot of bullying, a lot of intimidation because she's a woman, because she has brown skin, and people like Councillor Hamblett himself, visibly shaken when he stood up, and he even said, "Please be quiet while I speak because I have autism." Did it matter? No. This is the example that is being set by these people that have now left, and as she said, it's because her battery was failing, and as she said, she will be back in January to continue bullying, to continue intimidating. But that's why I reacted the way I did, because I've been bullied in the past because of the colour of my skin. I came into Chadderton at the age of 7, and there were very, very few Asian people in Chadderton at the time. I went to Bear Tree School when it was probably 97% white. So I've experienced a lot of this. Today I'm in a position where people can say things about me, people can attack me. That's why the response I was giving to her was a confident one, because I'm no longer thinking about me, I'm thinking about people like Councillor Hamblett and others who may not be able to protect themselves, who may not be able to speak, who may not have that confidence. And there's nothing wrong with that, because it is difficult. So I will continue to stand up and raise my voice. And the social media issue, it's been raised. There's a TV campaign of a child sat there cowering and really upset, and the phone's vibrating. And I think the slogan is "Sticks and stones may hurt my bones. Sticks and stones may hurt my bones." There's no sticks and stones, there's no words, it's just a phone vibrating. I've recently been, call it a victim, but I've not even looked at the Facebook post, but things are being posted about me. I don't care, because I'm the Cabinet Member for Education and Skills. I have a choice. I can choose. You're right. I can choose to scroll through reams and reams of bullying, of intimidation, or I can choose to take up my casework, which is about substandard housing, which is about young children, babies in housing with damp, with mould, where mothers telling me that they've been told it's fine. Put radiators on throughout the day, open your windows all night, it'll clear up. I can choose to deal with that kind of casework. I can choose to deal with the children suffering poverty, working with Kath Ball, working around poverty. She spent a lot of her time as my deputy in schools around poverty. Or I can choose to be intimidated and bullied. I choose the former, because the residents need me to represent them. I'm not going to be bullied or intimidated. So I thank you for the motion. I support the motion, and I ask and urge everyone watching, listening, and seeing this ridiculous behaviour to call it out for what it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, actually, I was going to say something along the lines of what Shahid said, but I definitely couldn't have said it as eloquently as he did. And I think tonight what we've heard is probably two of the most passionate speeches that we've heard in this chamber for a long while. First of all, off Louis, then off Shahid. So I just simply ask you to support the motion, and I move we go to a vote.
Sorry. There was the first half, a game of two halves. Councillor Harkness, do you wish to reply?
I think everybody summed it up after me.
Okay, thank you. We will move to the vote. Does Council agree the motion? Those in favour? Thank you. Any against? Any abstentions? That is carried. Thank you. How are we for time? Yeah. So we can move now to the third motion from the opposition. This has an amendment which I've allowed. So I call on Councillor Sykes to move and Councillor Gloucester to second the motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Deputy Mayor, so I've done it again. Oh. It's all right, it's, you know, it's a good way of giving. I hope this council will agree with me that saying that after a series of unavoidable failures by Northern Rail, the current franchise operator ownership certainly needs to be in question. These failures have been wide-reaching and have affected many people. People are annoyed and demand better from their rail transport, very similar to the debate we had earlier about buses. Oldham Liberal Democrats, amongst many other angry voices, wish to remove the franchise from the current operator. Customers are experiencing a poor service from Northern Rail, so it is much regret that the request to the government to intervene before people lose faith entirely. If Greater Manchester truly wishes to transform rail in the region, we must cut out to the rotten core this sort of bad service provision. It's a great shame that Northern Rail have failed to resolve a huge raft of issues. There are always two sides to every story, but customers are constantly reminded that Northern Rail dodges its responsibility and provides, at best, a sloppy service. Northern Rail only recently admitted they'll still be running the outdated Pacer trains. Do you remember them, when they used to scream going round the curve in Oldham when we still had a railway line before we converted it? Those are fit-for-purpose vehicles to move people around in 2020. It's a scandal, and in fact there'll be legislation to prevent animals being moved out in vehicles so unfit for purpose. But also, despite them making the decision, that's also a decision the government must have allowed them to keep running them, and shame on them for that. Northern recently introduced, if you wanted to add insult to injury, penalty fare routes across the network. So there we are, we're not delivering a good service, we're not delivering trains, we're not whatever, but those that are really busy, you know what we'll do? We'll charge you a little bit more for them, and we call that a penalty fare route. Talk about backward facing, I could say something very inappropriate, Madam Deputy Mayor, but I won't. The quality of the service has never been poorer, and I think it's more appropriate that Northern get the service right before they start adding extra charges to the public. I invite all members to support the motion. North West Members of Parliament and Greater Manchester Mayor Andy Burnham have already made similar calls to end the franchise. The government need to step in and resolve the rail crisis. We need to make this happen, we need to speak as one voice as a region, and one day we need to hope that the words Northern and rail do not bring up an outdated image of an outdated and laughable rail service. I urge you to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazel Gloucester to second.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I rise to second the motion proposed by Councillor Sykes. Northern Rail is the only transport that so many people rely upon for their transport to work, schools and other travel needs. Having trains not arrive on a regular basis is not okay for people that rely on them to get to work or wherever they need to be. The introduction of new timetables last summer was a massive failure and one which has still not been remedied. Commuters are let down every day by this service, with cancellations, delays and overcrowding, completely disrupting the lives of people who have no other alternative transport. It's about time that something changed. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I think I'll just leave it on. We are running out of time, so if the people moving and seconding the amendment can keep their comments brief, and there might just be time for some discussion, some debate. So can I ask Councillor Leach to move the amendment and Councillor Steve Bashford to second the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I think everyone recognises the awful service that non-service that Northern Rail have provided. We've had several meetings ourselves with representatives of rail users in the area of Saddleworth, Greenfield, Mossley, etc. And they support our stance, which is that franchising itself is the problem. It's not just Northern Rail, though Northern Rail provides such a good example of how such a system cannot work. We want to have the whole system renationalised in the public interest and listen more carefully to the users of such services rather than the private providers. Thank you.
Councillor Steve Bashford to second.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I think. It's been a long day. I think, isn't it funny really how people who claim that their democratic rights are being denied them have actually denied the democratic rights of people who've actually been democratically elected to speak tonight. Because I have quite a lot to say on this tonight, but I'm not going to say it. I'll just say, obviously I second the motion, the amendment to the motion. There are some things. Our society needs a mix of dynamic public, private ownership and that can drive industry forward. But there's also the other side, isn't there, that can't be privatised. So things that can't be privatised. Health, the police, and public transport is one of the things that just can't be privatised because it just doesn't work, does it? It needs to be a system that everybody can use, that's safe, clean, efficient, and let the profits that are made through this be made by the people who develop the new trains, not the 400-year-old Pacers that Thomas the Tank Engine's still pulling up and down over there. So, yeah, I had a great speech, but that's it in a nutshell. So, yes, please support this amendment and let's see this, what used to be a fabulous railway system that the United Kingdom used to have. Let's have it back and let's run it properly. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bashford. We are down to just a couple of minutes now, so there isn't time for debate on this. Councillor Sykes, would you like to reply?
Very briefly. Don't necessarily disagree with renationalising it, but that's not on the agenda, and you'd need a primary legislation, whereas you don't need that now to remove the franchise. It only needs a minister's pen, and they're still sitting, even though we don't have any MPs. So you could do something about Northern Rail under the way I've worded it now, or you can wait for some future bill as and when you get a government that might be prepared to renationalise the railways. I know which I want. I think the people who use Northern need a solution now, so I'd urge you to reject the amendment and support the substantive as unamended. Thank you.
Councillor Leach, do you wish to reply?
I don't think we're suggesting that that we not do what we can as quickly as we can. We're arguing that the more basic strategy solution is the nationalisation. We might be prepared to support your motion, Howard, if we could be reassured that you would stand by us in arguing for a full renationalisation of rail.
So, does Council agree the amendment? Those in favour? Those against? Any abstentions? Thank you. The amendment is carried. There isn't time to debate the amended motion. So, again, Councillor Sykes, you have a right of reply. But again, yeah, there's nothing to reply to. Okay, thank you. Thank you. So, does Council agree the motion as amended? Those in favour? Those against? Any abstentions? Thank you. The motion as amended is carried. Thank you. Right, we move to item 11, an update on actions from the Council. I call upon Councillor Fielding to move and Councillor Sykes to second the report.
Move, Madam Mayor.
Does any member wish to speak? Do you wish to reply? There's nothing to reply to. So does Council agree the recommendations as detailed within the report? Okay, thank you. Item 12, the annual statement of accounts 2018-19. And I call upon Councillor Jabbar to move and Councillor Fielding to second the report.
Moved, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Second, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Does anybody wish to speak? Councillor Gloucester.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. It's just an observation in relation to the wholeness of the accounts, which I'm sure Abdul will be able to comment on. But yet again, we can see that in order to keep this council running effectively and efficiently, we've had to spend reserves. And similarly, I think from what I can see currently, in order to carry on running this council effectively and efficiently, then we're going to have to dip into reserves again in the next financial year and the next financial year after that. So we get to a stage where we can no longer dip into reserves because we've not got any, and the last thing that we want to do is to become another Northamptonshire council and get served with a section 24 notice. So my question or my observation really is, you know, how much longer will we have to keep spending reserves, and is the time now when we need to look at what we are actually spending a little more prudently so that we don't fall into the same trap as other councils have done and are doing.
Thank you. Nobody else has indicated. Councillor Jabbar, do you wish to respond?
I do, Madam Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Chris, for the question. I do share your concern. Obviously, the reason why we're having to use reserves is because the Tory government is cutting our funding, the core funding, each year. And as you heard the leader say previously, during the period of austerity, we lost 208 million. But can I give you a categoric assurance that we are not going to be same as Northamptonshire, because our finances is managed far better than they are, and our current reserves are in good position, and they are being, although we use reserves on a regular basis, they are being replenished as well. But, you know, to answer your real questions, what we need is a change in government to provide right level of funding to provide the services that our people need. And I hope people will realise they've got an opportunity to change this wretched Tory government and elect a new Labour government which will fund public services properly. And that's the only way. I don't need to say anything else, Madam Deputy Mayor. You know, there is an opportunity for people to change all this on 12th of December because we cannot cope with all this anymore. And it is putting people's life at risk the way this is going on. And I just hope people, when they go to the ballot box, will consider what, you know, attack has been made to the people of Oldham and vote in a correct way and elect a new Labour government. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Does Council agree the recommendations as detailed within the report? Thank you. Item 13, polling district and polling place review. Can I call on Councillor Fielding to move and Councillor Sykes to second the report?
Move, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Does any member wish to speak on this? So does Council agree the recommendations as detailed within the report? Thank you. Item 14, welfare reform update. I call upon Councillor Jabbar to move and Councillor Fielding to second the report.
Madam Deputy Mayor, this is a very important report, and I'm asking colleagues to please give me a few minutes to explain the reasons why I want to speak on this report. Because, you know, we've had lots of people talk about lots of small issues here today and dominated the agenda, but this report is having negative impact on thousands of people, and there are really important issues in here. So this Tory-led government, Madam Mayor, brought in a punitive welfare reform back in 2013, which has resulted in a massive increase in people using food banks, increase in child poverty and homelessness. This report gives you an update on the impact of the implementation of welfare reform in the borough. Madam Deputy Mayor, it is a depressing read. The government keeps saying austerity is over. Well, reading this report certainly doesn't feel like it. The flagship benefit called Universal Credit was designed to make easier for people to claim and also amalgamate a number of benefits into one. It has been a complete disaster. It's massively over the budget, 6 years behind its target, and it's not working properly. Today we learned that the government planned to pump out propaganda trying to convince the public its benefit reform was working and have been pulled by the Advertising Standard Authority because it was misleading. The information they were giving was considered by the Advertising Authority misleading. Can you believe that? A central government putting out information about benefit that people depend on, the Advertising Standard Authority thinks is misleading. £25,000 was spent on this advert, and millions has been spent on introducing this flawed system, which would have been better spent on securing housing and safety net for people who need it. Many of them live in this borough. According to the Institute of Fiscal Studies, the accumulative impact of benefit freeze in each household will be around £700 to £800 per year. The adverse impact to date on Universal Credit and GSA claimant alone in Oldham is broadly around 9.3 million. Madam Deputy Mayor, can I give you an example of a disabled person in Oldham who had to claim Universal Credit and share with you his experience? Mr. K was helped to claim Universal Credit online by Oldham Council Welfare Right Officer. He was awarded £530 32 pence per month, which included his rent. He was subsequently sanctioned for not completing his due-to list online and was left with £212.50 for a month, which was his rent payment only. The following month, he was sanctioned again, awarding him £239.12, which left him with £26.32 for a month after his rent. Mr. K had disability issues and therefore could not leave his home. He relied on other people to access his journal for him to, and he did not have a smartphone or a computer. Madam Mayor, this just shows how difficult it is for some of the most vulnerable people in our borough. The Tories have used austerity to introduce welfare reform, claiming that the country cannot afford the expenditure on welfare benefit. However, while this, at the same time, they were punishing the very vulnerable people in our society, they continue to look after their wealthy friends. And can I give you 3 examples? They cut the corporation tax from 28% in 2010 to 19% now, and is set to go down to 17% next year. They also cut the top rate of income tax for millionaires. And of course, Madam Deputy Mayor, you'll remember they found suddenly £1 billion to buy off the DUP to form the last Tory government. Over the last 9 years, the weakest and the most vulnerable in our society has suffered greatly. We're the sixth largest economy in the world, and we need to provide a better safety net for people who need it most. Madam Deputy Mayor, I say it's time for real change. It's time to scrap universal credit and replace it with a fairer benefit system that gives dignity back to claimants. That's exactly what a new Labour government will do. I move this report.
Thank you. Councillor Fielding's a second.
I'll just formally second the report, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Okay. Does anybody wish to speak? Councillor Ali.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I thank the officers and Councillor Jabbar for bringing this report. It's a very good report, and as Councillor Jabbar said, it is actually grim reading. Whilst there has been a great deal of talk about backstops and trade deals at the very, very top levels, lost amongst all this, Madam Deputy Mayor, is the suffering and the misery that's been inflicted on our residents. There are vast numbers of our residents who have no time to think about anything else other than how to put food on the table. Tonight for the families, obviously, and wake up tomorrow morning and start thinking about it all over again. The benefit freeze has affected thousands in my ward and approximately 27,465 individual claimants in Oldham. Many people are living their lives in complete darkness, unable to make ends meet, afraid to put their heating on, afraid to check their posts, afraid for the future of their families, and living in constant financial anxiety. I mean, one may be thinking, yes, more debate of the same, but we simply cannot stop talking about it, knowing cuts and benefit freezes are affecting our people. We cannot stop talking about it, knowing that these welfare changes are affecting many households, which includes single parents, the disabled, and people with mental health issues. The benefit freeze was introduced by George Osborne for the period April 2016 to April 2020. This meant working benefits are not to be increased in line with inflation or the average cost of goods, and hence leaving benefit claimants worse off. The benefits that have been affected by the freeze include universal credit, job seekers allowance, housing benefit, child tax credits, working tax credits, and child benefit. As Abdul has already said, according to the Institute of Fiscal Studies, the cumulative effects of the benefit freeze will see households lose an average of £700 to £800. The impact to date, which has already been mentioned, just in Oldham, for the universal credit and JSA claimants is estimated at 9.3 million. I mean, not only lives have been put in misery, but it also means 9.3 million away from the local businesses and economy of Oldham. It is unlikely the people who have been hit the hardest would have taken these extra pounds and gone off to some exotic holidays or cruises. I mean, now I'm just talking about the financial cost. I mean, what about the social cost to all of this? Broken families and increased referral to mental health, etc. Only now, just a few days ago, the government announced their intention to increase universal credit by 1.7% and end the benefit freeze in April 2020. But I am confused because just 3 weeks ago, the Work and Pension Secretary, in response to questions by MPs, left the door open for a possible extension of the freeze from 2020 onwards. It's all very cynical and timely announcement. And I think we all know that their hearts are not in it and they do not really want to end it. Labour, as you know, have been completely against this austerity programme from the outset. You would also know that this council has submitted motions on this issue, raising the plight of our people and begging the government to end their austerity programme. Nationally, Labour has made a clear pledge, no ifs and buts, that it will abolish the benefits freeze, scrap universal credit, and put an end to the two-child benefits limit. Oh, by the way, that was done well before the announcement of the general election. The government has no issues, this Tory government has no issues pledging giveaways of £8 billion in income tax to high earners. And if you add the national insurance and giveaways, it totals 17 billion. And not to mention the billions that have already been given in corporation tax since 2010. Yet it only costs £5 billion to end the benefits freeze, and to make that decision and that choice is still proving difficult for them. The harsh benefits freeze, the 2-child limit and the 5-week for the universal credit have created a society where people are being forced to turn to food banks in ever-increasing numbers just to survive. Between 2016 and 2020, the benefits freeze will have swept 400,000 more people into poverty and affected more than 27 million people. That includes 11 million children. Families have already seen nearly a decade of low wages, rising prices and benefit changes. They have no shield to survive any further hits. It is places like this, in this chamber, we are worried of what the threat of an economic downturn post-Brexit could mean for our residents, who are already suffering. It is deeply significant and worrying and keeping thousands awake at night. We discussed the measures we are putting in place to cushion our residents from the effects of Brexit, and I fear thousands in Oldham may be expected to live in darkness for years. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Ali. Thank you. Councillor Jabbar, do you wish to respond?
No, I think that's enough, Madam Deputy Mayor.
So does Council agree the recommendations as detailed in this report? Thank you. Item 15, revision of bylaws made under Section 19, Public Libraries and Museums Act 1964. I call on Councillor Fielding to move and Councillor Sykes to second the report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and this is an incredibly important report, and I do intend to use the full amount of time that's allotted to me in order to make it clear that, no, move, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Okay. Sorry, Councillor Sykes. Thank you. Does anybody wish to speak? Does Council agree the recommendations as detailed in the report? Thank you. Item 16, review of the JNC Pink Book Youth Workers Grading Structure. I call on Councillor Jabbar to move and Councillor Chris Gloucester to second the report.
Move, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Second Deputy Mayor.
Does anybody wish to speak? No, right. So does Council agree the recommendations as detailed within the report? And that concludes the business for this evening. Thank you all so much for your perseverance. Thank you.
Vote of thanks to the Chair.
Well done, Jenny. That was